She's like, I told her she was for gas, because I ran her car.
No, but they got this in mind.
But they should have our side.
Right. I'm sitting on this side today. Jessica, an energy drink on an empty stomach is a good choice, right? Yeah, I know.
You want one of my video bars?
I told my 6-year-old, I was like, I gotta go class. And he's like, why? And I told him again, like, well, I'm studying, blah, blah, blah. He's like, is this over yet? And I was like, not yet, buddy. He's like, okay, mommy, can you turn the TV on for me? Yes, I can, buddy. He's like, all right, I love you. Kids.
I know.
Kids.
I know, I re-listened to lectures again on my
Your 6-hour camping trip?
Yeah. And I got smart because on the way there, when I got to Aurora, I lost cell phone service for like 45 minutes, and I had just been streaming them. So when I got to where I got cell phone service, I downloaded one. So yesterday, before I even started, I downloaded like 3 lectures just in case I lost service again.
Hey girl, where are you sitting? You want to move a chair?
I don't care.
You want to sit here?
I'm not awake enough. I'm not awake enough for this guy.
I also hate property.
Yeah.
Do you need a second one, or?
Oh no, you're good.
Okay.
That's my worst MBE subject right now. Like no matter how much I stare at it, property and I just don't get along.
I will say, Demi and I had to sit down. She went over it, like, because I was like, I'm like, I get them all wrong.
Yep.
And she showed me her little thing, and I was like, which is like, you just map it out. But I had to have someone explain it to me because of who taught me property, or who
Did you have
didn't.
property?
Take a guess.
Yep, me too.
Were we really close together? No, wait, yeah.
We weren't together, but I had her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, so
You don't worry.
she did that, and then like my score like almost doubled. I was like, Demi, I love you.
Like no matter how much I stare at it, mortgages and I, we don't get along. Forget it.
My problem with mortgages is because I do bankruptcy for a living, like bankruptcy paralegal.
Right.
Mainly,
Okay.
my attorney does other stuff, but I can't switch it from before you try to take someone's house.
Oh, okay.
Because then we just strip all the liens, like if they're unsecured. So I have to
Okay.
get away from that. Because like I just look at it, and I'm like, just
Well,
file
I
bankruptcy.
wasn't taught.
It's not hard.
We weren't taught mortgages. She like skipped over that.
Yeah, we weren't taught.
So,
we weren't taught
like,
either. She's like, yeah, it'd be maybe
The
a
first
question.
time I saw it was on an MBE question. I was like, what is this? I was like, what?
She's like, well, it's perpetuities. You're gonna get that question wrong, so I'm not gonna go over it. Okay.
I told my mom that,
And then
she goes, what?
It was. These are the different race notice and things like that. What I'd like you to do is to go onto this website, which is another law school but taught by another professor, explaining how to do the things that she should be teaching.
Yep.
We finally got to like some memorization and stuff.
A lot of hatred for the property.
Yep.
Yeah, so I don't
Hopefully, but I'm getting some hope about it because I'm getting some stuff right and
Yep.
understanding.
That's how I got hit this like
these next couple
really, I don't know, it's really close to my head, but Civ Pro the other day, and I went from like a 32% to like a 62%. I was like, what happened? I don't know what happened, but I'm okay with it. Because I don't want to take this fucking test again. I'm not doing it a third time. I won't.
So
Like I told my husband, I was like, I'm not taking it a third time, so if I don't pass it this time, law school was for nothing. If I don't pass, I'm not doing it again. The first time was bad enough.
Were they Ohio? All Ohio?
to the outline.
Make sure you got it.
And that, like that section.
It's just like, I wasn't far,
reading, like
I was close,
what could this be?
but it's just frustrating.
Was it both parts or one part?
Both, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I got a secure transaction essay, and that screwed my average.
Well,
So Kentucky is really weird with their scoring, so each part is separate. So you have to get a 75% on all of the essays. So I got a secure transaction essay, and I BS'd it, and I got 10 points on that essay. And if I would have done better, I would have passed the essay. But secure transactions, and I'm like, you just don't get along. And I was like praying that I didn't get one. I was like, I read it, and I was like, yep. I took a bathroom break. I cried for a second. I came back, and I was like, yep, there it was.
For me,
I'm with you. Secure transactions.
I mean, I'm looking at your answers and they're not really, no, you could, the rule is, yeah. I'm gonna give just as many points.
I know, I mean, yeah, like I love it.
Right. There's
But,
some
like,
things
as
I
a-
can't get.
no.
I really just want to give me all
I
common
mean,
law.
like spit pro.
Give me all common law, give me some evidence,
Timetables.
And-
You have to know that,
Well,
right?
I'm alright for.
and criminal procedure. Don't give me criminal law. I don't care what crime you do. I just want to talk about your rights.
That was my
Essentially, it's
highest.
common law for criminal pro.
That
What
was
I
my highest scoring essay, was crim pro.
Let me talk about the rights and what evidence you can bring in. What you did is irrelevant. Because you're guilty to do it.
There was
Retort is pretty okay.
And I found one.
Tours I'm okay with. It's just
Property
property.
I hate. Contracts I'm like, meh. Which I did well in contracts.
Whatever.
MBE contracts, I'm
Right,
like,
so I'm like, I
whatever.
gotta, I have to be.
And then whatever else the other subjects are.
I know, there's no dog, I'm sorry. Everybody was right, where's my dog?
That's the same look I give Tori when
I
she
actually
said her
thought
dog.
I
I was like,
started-
what? I mean, I love you, Tori, but where's the dog?
Yep, see, I'm used to it.
I'm like those.
He didn't look at that, it's right. He didn't really have his head.
Yeah, you know.
He looked at me like,
And then like
No.
everything else.
I would be
like,
here?
was-
He didn't really care.
Things are
He
ethics.
was just like, nope, I'm not doing it, you can't make me.
But no, but thank you.
I've never sat on this.
I didn't really want to, but I need some property help, like that.
Get ready, because you're gonna learn property. No, they're different.
A lot. Hey, how's gardening going?
This is the
Like,
first
mine
time I've been
used
to
to see
one,
mine
because
stuff.
Yeah.
Are you still doing like?
I didn't think they
vegetables
would
and
help, but I was
Yeah,
like, property, I need something, like, at this point, like, I don't care what it is.
stuff? She didn't have any problems with the rain or anything? Good for you.
But I have raised it.
Oh, good,
Yeah,
okay.
so I can.
Yeah.
So our backyard.
I haven't watched
Okay.
any of them yet.
I
I
was
need to
just
watch
curious.
them.
But we got a privacy fence right
I have just too much, like, shit.
graduation. And so.
And then, like,
No
my
deer?
emails went
You
to
have
spam,
no
like,
deer
for
issues?
emails, so I didn't see them until it was too late. I was like,
Hell. So
like, why didn't they come up, like, in my,
they're like near.
so I didn't realize, and I was like,
But so
well,
you did all the flower beds.
so I would have liked to have gone to Sid Pro,
We don't have
because I
any
like
deer.
Harrison, but.
I mean, sometimes people but
Huh.
I've never seen them.
wondering if people think it starts at 9:30.
That's what the email says.
It says
I thought it was a 9.
I thought it said 9:30. Oh, okay, maybe this said 9:30. But I think some people do think it starts at 9:30.
There's been 9 along.
I will tell you, I don't even know what day it was.
I think contracts start at 9:30 though.
Well, that's cool.
I think. I think people might be confused. Sorry, taking Ohio. Are you feeling?
Yes,
and then so that's all my vegetables. This is my second go, and it's really normal to feel like I know more than you think, but you're never gonna do it. Like it's virtually impossible. I don't care what anyone tells you. It's virtually impossible to sit and say I know it. No, you don't. Like it's just not. Like you're gonna forget something. You're bound to miss something. Like
And they're all like.
I had a Kentucky essay that was literally asking me the difference between a public road and a county road. And I said, what? Where was that in any of my studying? Like, I just looked at that and I was like, well, we're gonna just learn something and see what happens.
Sometimes like.
So like, you're gonna get done with this, like,
Because I thought there was like a.
the amount of people that I saw crying during the MBE
So.
ridiculous. And I'm like, well, it's not just me.
Definitely. I feel better about
Yeah, honestly, the essays are not right. Right. The essays for Kentucky really weren't too bad. Like MBE, we had 6 MBE or 6 MBE,
You need to
and
train
then
it.
6 Kentucky, but now we have
But aside from that,
so we have. I'm assuming 6 ME.
Yeah, he's probably trying
1 or
to
2
train.
MPTs and a couple. I don't know what they're doing. Like this is the first time I've done an MPT, and I'm not confident. That's MPT series. It's not like because everyone's like, well, they're easy. Like you do a lot, so it's not that. Good morning,
Welcome.
Yeah.
So I'm Dean Dar, and it's a pleasure to meet you. I am uncertain how this is going to proceed, at least, in some measure. For example, does Professor Burton come to these events? Oh,
Yeah.
all right. And So I'm just wondering if we should wait for her to begin, but I don't want to take up too much of your time, because normally, my understanding is the schedule is that we have a didactic from 9 to 10, and then 10 to 11, there's, you take some questions, and then 11 to 12, we review them. Is that, okay, terrific. And because it's already after 9, typically, do you start a bit later, or do we just get right in?
Just get right in, I think it's fine, unless you want me to go down to her office.
No.
Okay, you want to say 9:30?
Start at 9:30? It said all workshops at 9:30, because I know some people aren't gonna be here yet, because.
The last one I read said 9, but then again, I think that was for the MBE.
What's the reminder one? I was texting.
Did you bring your Ohio exceptions for questions too?
Well, if we did start at 9:30, we could probably shift the schedule, because I've only, I don't know if you have this, but I'm only going to cover 19 of the questions, which is fewer than you would normally do in the hour. So what we could do is, just to maximize the opportunity, we could wait until 9:30. I would do the lecture for 1 hour, and then the half hour for the questions, or 40 minutes or so, and then we could go over them. So we give everybody the opportunity, and I think that's the appropriate timing. What do you?
Sure.
The email referencing 9 was talking about the MBE simulation.
Oh, sorry.
But it doesn't
Trying to
say.
squeeze extra time in it.
So we're early?
Yes.
I think so, yeah. It doesn't say what time this lecture starts, so I'm gonna look at the previous ones. I think the
I
previous
looked
ones were
yesterday and it
9:30.
said all workshops
All
at
workshops are
9:30.
9:30, yeah, so
Alright.
9 o'clock was the,
Well, then we can just chat for a few minutes. How are you guys
We
doing?
need some VIP tips.
Yes.
For showing up early.
Extra points. So how's it going? 2-ish weeks away? It's horrible. I know, I said it. It sucks. It does. But you're here, and that's the right thing to do. And you just have to give it your all. Treat it like 2 full-time jobs at the same time, and you'll get through it. And you'll never have to do it again. You know, I think we should have T-shirts that say, "Do it once, do it right, and never do it again," or something like that. But again, so not to be too much of lecturing in this way, but we know, we have the data that supports the relationship between doing all of the work and having a successful result. I mean, I'm sure Professor Burton has talked to you about that at nonstop, but it's very true. We measure it, as you know, we measure it extremely precisely every year, and there's no question that there is a correlation between the input, doing the essays, doing the PTs, doing the MBEs, and the results. So it's just a pretty simple formula. How's everything else though, guys? Your recent grads, right? How was your time at Chase? What advice do you have for me as I take on this role? I am completely, and I probably won't say anything that I haven't already heard. So don't be shy. But yeah, I'd love to hear any advice that you have for me as I begin this role.
Well, I was on SBA last year, and so we did a survey of the students, which is the first time a survey's been done.
Okay.
And so I would just suggest continuing to do that, to check in with students to see where they think the focus needs to be. A main opportunity is communication, because there are 2 different divisions, day and night, and the night students don't get the same information the day students do, so then you have to hear it from the grapevine. So something that's just like more emphasis on communication, but I mean, last year Dean Wyman did a great job
Yeah, he really
connecting
did.
with the evening students.
Yeah, he did great.
And I can only speak for the evening
Yes,
experience.
of course,
Their
of
students
course.
can talk to the day students. But he did a really good job of engaging the evening program and communicating and things like that. So that was excellent.
So do you mean by what method of communication? By email, by showing up, by social media? What's your definition of
I
communication?
think that might be one of the biggest issues, is because there's so many different platforms. Like some people use Facebook, but then others don't use it at all. And then we have Twin, and some people use that and some people don't. And then our email, you know what I mean? There's so many different platforms of communication. So I don't know what a good solution.
Well, for
that would
example,
be.
what did you like about what Dean Whiteman did to communicate with you? I'd like to, emulate
I mean,
that.
he actually had like the meet and greet
In the evening, because everything else happens during the day.
Sure, I understand. That's always the issue, yeah.
And then he would meet with for SBA and other organizations. I'm not sure what happened in the day, so I don't want this to be a night thing. But he would like get in front of the students and he would meet with different groups and just kind of find out, check in, what's going on, like, can we do better?
He'd even stay late sometimes for the classes and hang around when we were on breaks to just check in, see how classes were going.
Okay,
Oh, nice.
yeah.
He has a lot of visibility.
Yep.
I feel like the previous dean, I
Couldn't
honestly.
pick him
I couldn't even pick him out. I couldn't tell you who he is.
Yeah, it was refreshing to see Dean Whiteman around the halls.
And in the library on all the time,
Yeah.
checking in, seeing who was around. Hi.
Absolutely.
I thought we started
thought
at
it
9,
started at
so
9.
I was like, let's go, let's start.
It's always been 9.
I
It was your MBE email, the one that's
That
9 to
one
4,
started
so
9.
that's, yeah.
I think the important thing is we're
That's
here.
okay, I'm getting all the secret information.
Good.
Which is very helpful.
Where did you come from, or what did you do?
So I've been teaching at the University of California, Irvine, both in the law school and the medical school. So my orientation is a little bit toward law and medicine, but I'm so pleased to be here and loving the hot weather.
That'll change, I'm sorry.
I know.
When I found out, my parents were like, yeah, when we lived in La Jolla, it was like 76 degrees all year round, and I'm like, it's -20, Mom, why are we here?
But in La Jolla, it is only 70 now, and here it's a glorious 95, which I love. So there is
I live in Illinois, I like 70.
yeah. So what other thoughts do you have in terms of curriculum or placement or bar preparation in terms of what you've experienced this summer throughout your time at the school?
Well, I know a lot of like Chase alumni, and they're like, they've never done anything like this for us at all.
Correct.
And I just feel like it's so beneficial because it forces you to get in a room and time yourself and stick to kind of an extra plan. Because I think some of the bar prep, they're like, okay, here's your stuff, and then they kind of are like, all right, figure it out. So there's not that extra support component, and so it's easy to fall off of the bar prep program because there's a lack of accountability. I think this helps with accountability and support.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, if you know we're sort of all in it together, in case we're taking this as a team, it definitely, I think, is motivating, and you have accountability, as you say, to your colleagues, and that's a good way to just all boats, the rising tide lifts all boats kind of experience. And this came, of course, over the past year, and when I looked at the position, actually, that was one of the things that I looked at, is how robust, how useful is the bar preparation program, and I was really pleased to see that these changes have been put in place.
I think it's also awesome, like a lot of our professors, like Professor Harrison, he'll like post on his Facebook, like just like encouraging messages, and then other professors, like Professor Wolf, like that, so that's good to see.
Okay.
Yeah, they're very willing to come to campus even when they're not scheduled for this. Professor Bolts went out of their way to meet with me.
Yeah, and Harrison was like, he stopped, he was teaching a class and he left, was leaving the day, and he saw us, and he's like, don't forget, if you have any questions, send for anything, let me know, email me, I'm happy to meet with you, so.
Yeah.
That's just, that's above and beyond.
It's the professors that have open door policies and that you like actually feel like they care about you.
And they do. That was one message. They said our next dean, has to be student focused. It has to be about the students. That was made very clear in all of the interviews that I went through. Absolutely.
That was one of the things with Dean Whiteman, because if I didn't know who to talk to, I would email him, and then he would help put me in touch with who I needed to speak with for anything. Yeah, really helpful.
Has anybody already taken a job after the bar? Do you have, yeah, Courtney, what are you doing?
That interview that I was on the day of the
Yeah.
implementation. I'm working for the Campbell County, her office is in the Campbell County Courthouse, but she's a court of appeals judge.
Okay, that's exciting. That's wonderful. And of course, I'll say, and look out next year for another Chase grad to bring on board. Is this about the number of students who come to these
It's actually pretty
reviews?
low.
It's pretty low now, yeah, there'll be more people.
You think it's just a timing issue? I thought maybe it's property and it being like.
Because it's property, I need to be here.
I would say that's the
that's the one topic taught that was the hardest.
I know.
The problem with for property for me is like, once I think I've got it, if I'm not practicing what I need to know every day, I lose it pretty quickly.
I understand.
That's really.
Yeah, and the kind of things they test on too, I have to say, there's such minutia. I was reviewing it over the last week, and generally I mean, I teach all these topics, but the kind of ways that they pick at it is very tricky.
I'm kind of relieved that we're doing like the lectures and all the regular schedule of the bar prep, now that we can do memorization.
Right.
Because I feel like I've just been spinning, so now I'm excited that.
This is that time. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm hoping it's enough time.
Yeah, you never feel like it's enough time.
You're not gonna know everything. Like, it's virtually impossible.
But after, I can just, again, my own experience, I studied excessively, probably, I really did. But when I took the bar afterward, I thought, you know what, yeah, maybe I overstudied, but so what? I mean, it paid off, and it was worth it. Because you just don't know how much to put into it, and so you just put in your max.
As long as I can leave feeling like I wouldn't have changed what I did, then I think I'll be okay. I don't want the regret of thinking maybe I should have tried to do this.
Yeah, that's a good attitude, absolutely.
It's funny though, because the plan changes almost every day, and that feels so unstable.
Yeah.
Because you're surviving, so you're trying to reassess constantly.
I know. But I think that the program does have you progressing in small steps every day. So there is at least some guide, some map to what you're supposed to be following. And as I was saying, it's pretty reliable. If you follow those steps, that's really what you need to do.
So what are we doing about that? What I think I just I can't remember, is there two judges that are
I promise you, she's I go to like, I get bad at started and then nauseous. Yeah, she's got it. And there's no in between. I just try not to.
Let me know yourself. I'm always like, oh yeah, I should exercise. No.
Hot damn.
Maybe it's a dead. Still, I think so.
When you go home,
Maybe my email wasn't clear.
I feel like I feel like there you go. I will tell me.
I really look at it.
Very much.
Now I have just the one that's right.
I know we do.
It's only 1.5 times.
Yeah.
Still, I mean.
Yeah, I think that was right.
You did. You submitted everything now. You know. Okay. Would you rather have that now? I'm gonna have it once we're done. What was it?
Good one. Oh, is this seat taken?
I'm really even
Again, you realize that that's see, I'm gonna have to, once we get like, workshop on the
And they're going again.
I know.
Yeah, and all we're gonna do is, I think once you're gonna like, oh, I'm going to campus, I probably. I need to clean clothes.
And then we'll
I'm a little upset that it makes me sad. At least where I'm here. But I miss him. He was very open and he wanted to talk to me. Like, I'm really sure that's not. He still does. I'm surprised. No, that's exactly. That's what I mean. I agree with you. If you think about it. Right. No, I agree with you. That's what I think But it's not, the problem is, like, so when I took the first time, they didn't offer anything. Nothing. And I feel like if they would have, I know like my MBE score is like multiple choice 9. We're not. Like, I don't care how many I do. I mean, I am now. But there's so many stuff that I'm just
Actually, all the law class. I did. I was so much better at essays on highlights.
well, yeah, because that's all we were doing.
But,
Oh, yeah.
hey, how are you? I'm good. How are you? Honestly, I got geek out about it. Preach. There's nothing in my life in this slump I was taking right here in
I'm not doing it.
I pushed it. It's 4 feet from us. I walked the law. It's like 10 o'clock.
No. The last time was the last. Like the whole. Oh no! Like this time you have to pass.
Yeah. Could you imagine? I was like, oh yeah.
I failed my because oh no, I got like I got and if I would have not gotten the transaction I would have failed again. Like that screwed my average because I got like a. We didn't have. I was. I thought it was. You did, but essay last time. At this point, like I was like, questions they had me. Are you kidding? Yeah, you might take my because honestly, I think it would just make me worse. I think it would make me freak out more than. I mean, I really didn't even freak out the first time. That's the bad part. Like, I wasn't nervous. I was calm. But the nervous thing, I think that part. I mean, worse than normal because I don't like it. Because we never got it. You know, it was like a lie, and now it's like, no, it's not our job, it's to make arguments, and it's like not even like words. Yeah, you were like, okay, like, yeah, or like, I'll get like, that's what I'm and I'm like, where is it? So I'm not a stranger, but like, I don't really like that, like, I argue with you so bad. I didn't either, and I'm like, right. Like, really? Yeah. I've been walking back, like, really, I'm just ready for it to be over. Because I can't wait after. Like, I am so stressed all the time that, like, my husband hates me. So he's just like, go away. Yeah. Dude, if I have to take it a third time, like, and I just tell myself, it's not me. Like, I'm not stupid. Like, this kind of incident, like, there's now that I'm just like, I know, I'm like, what is wrong with me? Anywhere, right? Because like when you get that down, it's just like I know. Like my mom calls me that a lot. She goes, yeah. Right. The first time I got a pint of ice cream and I completely lied.
And you're fine.
This time it wasn't as many. It was a lot, but it wasn't as many as I thought. It was just like I just feel like I'm a miserable person.
What can I absorb?
For failing. But then again, like the more I did it, I didn't know how to practice. Like I feel like nobody's gonna want me. I know. Right. I have to do something with it, right?
Harlan's still on the boat with us too.
I know. How you doing?
And other people.
I'm so glad you're so excited. I am not.
You really like property life.
3,000.
And then she had a property.
So the postcard
Oh, that's right.
Oh, well, how are you? So terrible.
But I mean, my stuff wasn't better, but still, like,
I was gonna say, I think I might want to do something.
I'm lucky that it fell in time with I'm not living in that place anymore. I'm not living in that place, so I had it, but it was just to go to like a mentor, like maybe some time together. So, yeah. This car, well, it's also an SUV. But yeah. Oh my god, mine dropped it off. Were they like, we can get you? I felt so embarrassed dropping it off. And the lady was like, and I was like, it works, top left unlocks it. But I was like, they're gonna push the wrong button. My match is gonna open it all. So I'm like spilled out. Whatever.
Awesome. I haven't actually, I haven't downloaded it. No, I don't even I told her about our skunk. Yeah. Yeah. Did she tell you that she was like I didn't even have time to react other than the fact that she was like, oh, and I'm like, okay, well, she was like, oh, just tell me, I believe you. And I was wrong, let's see, where's the seat? I was like, okay, here. I'm gonna skip, I mean, it was the funniest, so yeah, you're all here. This was like, oh, it's so funny. Right behind you, so that way you guys walk. Okay.
I know we've been studying together this whole time.
Next morning, in that high grass, it was literally like this, like looking like right next to the sidewalk. It was like out of here. So pretty though, that tail. Just going down like yeah, pretty. It worked out. We didn't get sprayed. Yeah, we worked at 10 o'clock and there was stuff out there.
I tried to get different stuff. I feel like I should be able to do one for at least the best of like.
That's what I it was like really a cat. She's like, what is it? Let's go. I believe you. Don't tell me. It's like right there. And they made me calling Kathleen.
So my dog, that's
Oh no.
so I let her out.
Yeah. Oh no.
Tomato juice. You have to put that in tomato juice.
What have I done with my Kathleen? I mean, like, what have I done? I've been Kathleen. I need a new shipment because I cut this
At
spray.
least we can say that Katie didn't push me in front of stuff to save her book. So
There's a plus.
She tried to save me too.
I was actually paralyzed with fear. She was right there.
What
I think it was a baby.
Yeah.
I don't know, my bar crept last week. Yeah, because we had that ride when you were, wherever you were at. I saw you were out in the car. So I'm gonna drive Columbus. Yes. Are you, when you?
You guys didn't see that unit?
Well, Indian man. I tried, and then I was so drag queens, I feel like I'm into one, like, right. I was like, oh my God. Yeah, but so then I was like, what's the point? Like, I was like, well, I need to be fair, otherwise I keep putting this shit. Look at one year it would be Monday.
I know. The police got called in the house. I think they're out of town, so I guess something triggered their security system, and it's the second time it happened.
And then, all right, good morning, guys.
Nope.
Welcome to the last Saturday workshop of the summer. We are lucky to have Dean Dar here with us today to provide a lecture on property. So let's give her a warm welcome. Okay, you know the drill. Dean Dar is going to give a lecture for about an hour. Today you will have 19 multiple choice questions instead of the normal 33. And you will have 40 minutes to do those. We will try to get you out of here by noon today, and I will have lunch when you get out. Does anybody have any questions?
Thank you, Professor Burton. Thank you, everyone. Welcome, and thank you so much for the opportunity to meet with everybody today. And I want to acknowledge Professor Burton, who's doing, I think, a wonderful job, and I know she is so more than willing to meet with you, talk with you, and I want to make myself available as well. I'm on campus every day. I answer email all through the night, so please feel free to let me know if I can help in any way. My courses, I teach property and wills and trusts, so if those areas are something that you're struggling with, I'm happy to address that. All right, so we'll just get started. And as Professor Burton said, we've limited the question bank a little bit today just to try to make the didactic portion reasonable, because there, as you know, there's so much to cover in the property arena, so we've limited it. What I'm going to be talking about today are just 4 topics that are covered, I know, among the many. But we're going to start with estates and land. So we're going to be cataloging the way in which title to property can be held, both in the present and the future. So that's the estates and land material. We're going to talk briefly about everybody's favorite topic in property, the rule against perpetuities. The bar insists on testing that area every day, and I'll see if I can provide a few tips that I've learned along the way, looking at hundreds of multiple choice questions on that over the years. We're going to talk briefly about easements, and easements are really part of a bigger category of servitudes. That is the way in which land serves different purposes, but we're going to focus primarily today on easements in land. And then finally, we're going to look at joint ownership, or sometimes is what is referred to as concurrent estates. So while the first part of our lecture on estates and land is going to focus on the way in which one person can own property at a time, that is temporal ownership of property in the present and in the future, the concurrent estates, or the joint ownership material, looks at how more than one individual can own property at the same time. And so there are different rules about that, but as you can see, it's all about understanding the title and who owns the property when. So those are the categories: estates, the wrap, easements, and joint ownership. All right, and I'll try to write on the board as much as I can. All right, so the key, or one key to understanding the estates and land material is to think about it like a catalog, that there are just certain items in the catalog, and what's important to know is where they fit in relation to each other. And of course, there are rules that talk about what happens to this catalog item if things in the world happen around them. So I know that's very basic, but that's how I think and talk about the estates and land material. So let's start with the highest priced item in the catalog, the fee simple absolute. So the fee simple absolute is the longest and largest property ownership that's known to American law. So if somebody owns a fee simple absolute, they own the property in perpetuity, forever. And the reason we say you own property forever is not because you're going to live forever and so on, but if the property is in ownership of an individual and that person dies without a will, then that property would pass by intestate to their heirs and so on, and their heirs and their heirs and so on. So the idea is that it's possible for this property to be owned in perpetuity by one individual as represented by their heirs moving down the road. Now that's a present estate. It's owned and enjoyed in the present. The only other present estate that you really need to know about for the bar exam is the life estate. And the way that we discuss the life estate is to show you how it derives from the fee simple. When I teach Sarah in my class, and by the way, I spend probably 6 classes covering estates and land and future interests, so we're going to do it in 6 minutes or so you can imagine it's much pared down. But the way I talk about it with students, because some students learn it better in this way, is mathematically. If you want to learn estates as a catalog, one way to think about it is in fractions. And everything has to add up to a whole number. Let's just pick the number 1. So if the fee simple absolute is the 1, and everything else that comes from it has to add up to the 1, we need to come up with our equations that will help us see how each of the pieces can add up to 1. So the way that we'll think about this is to use very shorthand ways of showing transfers. So we're going to introduce our friend O, who stands for an owner. So anybody that you see in a question that owns property, Tom conveys, Jane conveys, or deeds or so on, that person is our O. And I'm going to use an arrow here just to indicate that there's been a transfer. And that transfer can be during lifetime, an inter vivos transfer, or it can be by death through a will. That's a devise. But our arrow is going to indicate there's some transfer of the property. And in a fee simple absolute, O is going to convey the property to A. So A will have the fee simple absolute, and then we'll take over that perpetual estate. In a life estate, we know that O, we're going to assume, owns the fee simple, and O is going to convey the property to A for life. And that indicates it's a life estate. A is our measuring life, and the estate will last as long as A lasts. There's a slight derivative of a life estate in which someone other than the person who enjoys the property is the measuring life. It's called a life estate pro turbi. So for example, O can convey to A for the life of B. And so that estate in A will last either as long as A is alive or B is alive. And that's a slight variation. Actually, you see it in one of the problems. But otherwise, the life tenant is going to be the measuring life. Now, if you have a full fraction, we said the fee simple is 1. A life estate is less than 1. Let's call it 1/2, just for the purpose of understanding. Well, the one aspect of real property is that the law demands that it's always owned in full by someone. There always has to be full title that can be located in one or more individuals, and that has to do with reasons of tort law. If someone trips on the property, there needs to be someone responsible. The taxation is an issue. The government demands full taxation on the property. So we're always searching to make sure that we have that 1, that we know where all pieces of the property are owned. And in the life estate, there's 2 possibilities of where the rest of the estate might be. And it's going to be either retained by the grantor or we're going to pass it along to another person. In our example here, where we've given the life estate to A, O will retain what's called a reversion. And that is the opportunity to get the estate back after A has died. And so, again, if we're looking at equations and fractions, we would say a life estate plus a reversion equals a fee simple absolute. And that's one way to remember it. All right, just to move along, and we'll look at some other interests in the life estate in a moment. The next thing we'll talk about is the conditions or the events that might surround someone's property. So this mostly happens in charitable giving, but in general, on the bar exam it happens just in the nature of the questions. The people who own property can decide, well, I'm willing to give the property out, but I want to make sure that you use it in a certain way. And they can place restrictions on the use of the property. So for example, if a donor to our law school wanted to give us a nice gift of real property, they might say to Chase, but they might actually say, but it has to be used for law school purposes. And we would be restricted in the way in which we could use the property. We could only use it for law school purposes. Well, that happens throughout property because people do like to control the use of property even after they get rid of it or sell it or give it away. And in general, what we're going to study is what are called defeasible estates. So defeasible is a term that kind of is derived from another word to defeat. So an owner can give out property that is defeasible, that is, can be defeated by the happening of some event. And for our purposes and just to build our catalog, really there's 3 types of defeasible estates. And I'm sure you learned this during the course, but let's look at them now. And just to use the shorthand, the first is called a fee simple determinable. The second is called a fee simple subject to condition subsequent. And the third is called a fee simple subject to executory limitation. I'll talk briefly about each of these. All right, and there's 3 types. There's advocacy in the law now through different reforms that's way too many, that we should eliminate all of these subcategories and just have one type of estate. But unfortunately, the multi-state bar exam has not recognized these reforms, so we continue to teach this and we have to learn it, even though I'll just tell you there is advocacy for streamlining the estates. All right, the fee simple determinable is an estate that will automatically terminate upon the happening of a certain event. There's no discretion. It's what's called an automatic forfeiture of the property. So let's take our example here of O. O conveys the property to A so long as it's used for law school purposes, let's say. And the key to understanding when you see a fee simple determinable, this automatic forfeiture, is to look for language that is durational. There will be clauses, adverbial clauses of time. So language like, so long as it's used for law school purposes, or while it's used for law school purposes, or during the time that it's used for law school purposes. So these phrases are time, duration, and so they suggest no discretion in the way the property is used. Just to move on, and we'll add what happens if this event occurs in a minute, but just to explain. The fee simple subject to condition subsequent looks very similar, but the language that creates this opportunity for defeasement is conditional. So to A, on the condition that it's used for law school purposes. And in a fee simple subject to condition subsequent, you're going to look for that conditional language. On the condition that, provided, however, but if. So these are all the types of language that suggest the condition. And if that happens, then the property is defeated. The fee simple subject to executory limitation looks very much like the determinable to A, so long as. But we'll see the only difference is that the estate that will terminate when this happens goes to a third party rather than going back to the grantor. So it would then be followed by an interest in a third party. All right, well, let's double back a little bit and talk about what happens when these things occur. So the fee simple determinable, so long as, well, what happens if the law school stops using the property for law school purposes? It automatically terminates. Where does it go? It goes back to the grantor. So in a fee simple determinable, the grantor retains what's called a possibility of reverter, or a POR. I'm going to do a little chart here to show you how these things play out. So in a fee simple determinable, the present estate is the property that goes to someone so long as, And the future interest, that is what happens if this property isn't used for that, is known as a possibility of reverter, and it's retained by the grantor. It's in O. The fee simple subject to condition subsequent, provided that, however, and so on. The future interest in that estate is known as a right of entry. A right of entry, and that is also retained by O. So that if the law school doesn't use the property for law school purposes, then the owner, O, or O in this case, would have the right to take the property back. So it's discretionary. It doesn't automatically terminate at the happening of an event. It gives the person who conveys the property the opportunity to take it back if this event happens, which is what makes it different than the determinable, where it automatically would revert back to the grantor. In the executory interest situation, what you have the similar language to the determinable, but it transfers the estate onto a third-party grantor, and that's known as an executory interest. That's the third-party interest in the transferee who would take the property afterward. Now that gives us a chance now to move into another category of future interest. But let me stop. I know this is a lot of material. Are there any basic questions? Have I not been clear about something? Okay. All right. Did you guys learn this in property? Did you go over this in property? Yes. All right. Is this all familiar? Is this too basic? Okay. Let me know because I want to use your time well. All right. Let's move on and look at future interests and categorize them as well. So the way to think about future interests is that there are future interests that are retained by the grantor, our friend O, and there are future interests that are given to third parties. We'll call that person B, because that would be someone who would take the property after A. So our basic equation, O to A, then if we added something to B, who comes after A, I usually call that person the transferee, the third-party transferee. Okay, so future interests. Well, we've already talked about some of them. The future interests that are retained by our grantor friend O include the reversion. So that's an interest that is retained by a grantor who gives away less than the grantor has. And anything other than a fee simple is less than a fee simple. There'll always be a future interest associated with a conveyance that's less than a fee simple. So examples would be O gives to A for life, then O has a reversion because when A dies, the property has to go somewhere. Someone always has to own the property, and it will go back to O. All right. That's the future interest in the grantor in a life estate. The possibility of reverter is another future interest retained by O, the grantor, when there is a fee simple determinable. The right of entry is the future interest retained by the grantor when there is a fee simple subject to condition subsequent. So when the determinable thing happens, law school is used for non-purposes, it goes back to O. In a conditional estate, if that happens, that gives the grantor O the right to go in and take the estate. It's discretionary, it's not mandatory. Okay, so let's now move over and talk about the future interest in B. So for example, in this example, we have a conveyance to A for life, but let's change this not to B for the life of B, but to say then to B. So B is going to take the property after A. And again, cataloging it, there's a certain number of future interests that can be held by the transferee. Really, there's three types. There's three types of future interest that you can have in B. You can have a contingent remainder, what's known as a contingent remainder, a vested remainder, and an executory interest. And those are it. That's the three ways in which the Bs of the world, the person who takes after the present estate, can take the property. Now, again, there's a lot to say about it, but in our time, we'll just limit it to this. How do you know if the remainder, the part that's going to be, is contingent that's really what the questions kind of test out for you. How do you know? And the sort of best shorthand I can provide to you is a remainder is contingent if it has one of two qualities. If you can see that the remainder is part of this picture in one of two ways, then you can call it contingent. And that is, it's given to what's known as an unascertained person. So someone who is usually unborn. So for example, we might give the property to A for life, then to the children of B. And the problem would tell you at the time of the conveyance, B had no children. So they're unascertained, they're unborn, and they can't be identified. And if you think about this idea that the law demands that property always be owned by someone who will be responsible for it, unborn children, future persons, can't take responsibility for property. So we have to deal with their interest in some way. The other thing that makes a contingent remainder is that it's what's called subject to a condition precedent. So something has to happen before the B can take the property. So some condition is set before B can take the property. Something like to A for life, then if B survives A, to B. So you can see that B's remainder interest is subject to B surviving A. That's a condition that B has to meet prior to taking the estate, and so we call that a contingent remainder. A vested remainder is just basically the opposite. It's given to an ascertained person, someone who can be identified, and there's no condition precedent. Nothing has to be met in order for the person to vest in the estate. An executory interest is simply a third-party interest that follows a fee simple determinable. And in the language of the confusion that the property cataloging is, we call it a different estate. We call it a fee simple subject to executory limitation, even though it looks very similar to the other type of defeasible estate, but rather it's followed by this interest in a third party. So O conveys to A so long as the property is used for school purposes, then to B. So if A builds a restaurant, then that violates that provision, and then B would take the property in what's known as an executory interest. So that's the way in which those shift over. Now, the reason we catalog these in part is to know who owns the property and so on, but let's just, in the interest of time, we'll move on to our next area, which is the rule against perpetuity, because the cataloging is done for purposes of applying this rule against perpetuities. So again, a tiny bit of background, and then we'll look at the rule. So in this generalized requirement that property always be owned, and there always be responsibility for the property, the law over time developed some restrictions on how far out in time one could anticipate the ownership of property. Because if you think about American property law, it derived from the English common law system, which was set in place in 1066 with the Norman Conquest, in which land was wealth, and the desire of individuals to keep their families wealthy in perpetuity was based on the ability to transfer that land and to demand that that land stay in their family literally for generations. So you saw, and it created wealth gaps, just like we experience in our country today, actually. But the wealth gaps were created by the opportunity that the law provided for wealthy individuals to keep their families in land, wealth, for decades and even centuries. And at some point, the law started to push back against that and saw that it wasn't good to have these very wealthy individuals who had essentially monopoly on the wealth in the country, and that never could be really enjoyed by others. And so over time, in the Middle Ages, the law started to develop these rules that didn't allow property to be deeded out in perpetuity. to allow it to continue within families for so many generations. And there's myriad rules that developed during this period, but the one that we study still today is called the rule against perpetuities. It's a rule that does not permit an individual to anticipate the ownership of their land for long periods into the future. And the rule just arbitrarily draws a line and says to landowners, okay, you can deed out your property for some amount of time into the future, but at some point we're going to put a stop to it. And the rule is a rule of logical proof, that you need to be able to prove that the property will vest in someone within a certain time. And you're probably familiar with the rule, but it says that all interests must vest, so they have to be given to ascertained persons without condition precedent. That's what the vesting is. If at all, and I'll explain that in a minute, within 21 years of some life in being. And that's the rule, that interests have to vest, if they vest at all, within 21 years of some life in being. This LIB, life in being, has to be someone who is alive at the time that the interest is created. So the rule is a rule that operates to void out contingent interests that are not certain to vest within 21 years of someone who was alive at the time that the interest was created. And that's the rule. It's very mathematical in nature, and its application is based on things that might happen, not things that necessarily will happen or are likely to happen, but that might happen. And that's why the rule is often referred to as the what might happen rule. Now, you've probably learned in your property class some of the reforms to the rule. Many states have abolished the rule against perpetuities. Others don't look at what might happen, but what actually has happened, and will wait and see whether the rule is violated. But the bar, bless its heart, continues to test us on the common law rule, which is this rule about figuring out what might happen. And so let's go through and talk about what the rule applies to and how we identify when we're in trouble and possibly might have an interest that's voided. Okay. Any so far, so good? Any questions? Let me see. Erase here. Okay. So the sort of good news, if you will, is that the rule is kind of limited in its application. It only applies to a limited number of interests. And in order to identify them, I need to expand a little bit on that catalog of future interests over there, particularly in the vested remainder. So the vested remainder is a remainder, let's say, to A for life, then to B. So you can see B is an ascertained person, and there are no condition precedent to B taking the property, so you call that a vested remainder. But the law recognizes 3 types of vested remainders, and we go into the detail because the rule applies to one of those types of remainders. So a vested remainder can be either number 1, what's called absolutely vested, like in this case, A to B. It can be vested subject to open, which is another way of describing what are called class gifts, gifts to classes. And by class gifts in property, I mean a gift given to 2 or more individuals who have a common attribute. That's what a class is under the law of property. 2 or more individuals who have a common attribute, such as children, nieces and nephews, members of the graduating class, my church choir, whatever it might be. It's just 2 or more individuals who share the common attribute. And so an interest can be given to a class, and it's not uncommon for people, especially within families, to give a gift to my children, to my grandchildren, to my siblings, and so on. And so the rule, it does operate when a class gift is uncertain to vest. We'll look at that in a minute. And then finally, an interest can be vested, what's called subject to complete divestment. Meaning that even though it looks vested, no contingent precedent, ascertained person, it's possible that something can happen to take the property away. And that's similar to the determinable fee, where if something happens, it automatically extinguishes the property. All right. It just going back to the rule applies, that is, it can wipe out interest that failed to vest within this 21-year period. And it looks at 3 different interests. So the RAP operates on 3 different types of future interest. It applies to contingent remainders, vested remainders that are subject to open, that is class gifts, and that third type we looked at, executory interest. So some of the problems in the MBE try to trick you by asking you whether, for example, a right of entry or a possibility of reverter is voided by the rule. Don't be fooled. The answer is no, because the rule does not apply to any of those interests. It only applies to contingent remainders, vested, subject to open, and executory interest. I mean, that's enough to learn as it is, but don't get dissuaded by that. All right, one of the questions you'll see today, I'm going to give you a little bit of shorthand, is the rule asks you to recognize that certain categories of people, the way we identify people, might not necessarily be talking about someone who is alive today. And if they're not alive today, then they can't serve to validate the interest in the rule because they're not a life in being. So I teach in my class, when we look at the rule, certain special problems. And one of those problems is known as the case of the unborn widow, like a mystery. The case of the unborn widow. So the word widow is a generalized term that refers to a person who is married who survives the death of their spouse. They use it as male and female. Even widower can be used, but in property, usually one gender. So, for example, if you had a conveyance to A for life, then to A's widow, then to the children of A, for example. Well, if you were trying to figure out under the rule whether that was an interest that would vest within 21 years of some life and being, here's how you might approach that. I'm going to erase this. Okay, so let's take that example. O conveys to A for life. A has a life estate. Then to A's widow. And then to A's surviving children. All right, and let's classify this interest. So we would say A has a life estate. We'd say A's widow has a contingent remainder, because a widow is not someone who is ascertained, who is known until the spouse dies. And the reason we call this the problem of the unborn widow is that what happens is that A might be currently married and happily married and so on, but whoever A's current spouse is could die, and then A could remarry someone who was not born at the time that the interest was created, someone much younger, and then live a very long life and then die, and that person who is the widow was not someone who was a life in being at the time the interest was created. So therefore, the contingent interest which follows in the children, and the reason it's contingent here is they're either unascertained. If A is alive, A can continue to have children. And just to make it certain, I put in the surviving, which is a condition precedent, so it makes the interest contingent. And since the rule applies to the contingent remainder, under this configuration, this interest interest would be void under the rule, because the interest in the children might not necessarily vest within someone's life and being plus 21 years, because the widow isn't necessarily someone who was alive at the time the interest was created. And the way the rule operates is that it voids any interests that violate it really from the beginning. So we would read this conveyance and we would actually strike out the interest in the children because it violates the rule, and we'd be left with a life estate in A, contingent remainder in A's widow, and then we would have to acknowledge that there is a reversion in O because the property has to go back to someone in the event that A dies without a widow. There isn't someone to take that place. And so it just changes the way in which we read it. So just really, it seems to me that if you see a problem and that's an estate's problem that has a widow in it, the interest after that widow's interest is going to be void under the rule. I'm pretty sure they're putting it in for that reason. So shorthand, you're reading a conveyance, it's to someone's widow, you think, okay, I didn't understand this at all, but she said that if there's a widow, then the interest violates the rule, and most times you'd be right. That's what they're trying to get you to see, and you just regard that as violating the rule and strike it out. So that's the way we're going to deal with this issue. All right, we're going to move on, blessedly, right, away from this because it's very complex, but yet it seems that it's a favorite among the bar examiners, so we did have to spend a little time. Okay, let's move on briefly and talk about our easements. All right, now property can be enjoyed by individuals who own it, and they have the right to section off or segment the use of the property. And the way that we're going to talk about it today is by a right-of-way or an opportunity to use someone's property but not necessarily own it. And that's really what is an easement. So an easement is a right-of-way, a right to usually travel or use another person's property. So the classic easement would be an opportunity to travel over someone's property, typically to reach another property. So let me show you what that looks like. So let's take our tract of land, we'll call it black acre as we usually do, and we'll make it somewhat square in nature. So this is our tract, this is black acre, this is raw land. I won't put any improvements on it at this point. And let's say that black acre is owned by our friend O. Now, we'll also put a road here on the western portion of black acre. So there's a public road on the western portion of black acre. Now let's put another tract next to black acre. We'll call it, of course, white acre over here. So this is black acre. We'll call this white acre. And let's say that the owner of white acre doesn't have a way from white acre to get to the public road. It's what's called a landlocked property. And so the only way for the person who lives on white acre to actually get to a public road is by traveling over black acre. Well, a person who owns real property has the right to exclude others. The right to exclude is very important in property. And so the white acre couldn't just walk across or drive across black acre as he or she pleased, because the right to exclude would not permit that. That would actually be called trespass. But instead, white acre can negotiate with black acre for an easement or a right-of-way over the property. And let's put it here at the southern portion. So here, it's possible for the person on white acre to negotiate with black acre for the right to walk over or usually drive over the property to access the freeway. All right, so that's an easement, a right-of-way. And easements can take on various forms. An easement can be what's known as express, or usually in writing, because an easement is an interest in real property, and the statute of frauds tells us that all interests in real property have to be in writing. So an express easement is where you'd have an agreement, really a deed, which is a deed is merely a writing that delivers title to real property. That black acre would give white acre a deed to an easement, and it would be expressed to travel over. But easements also can arise by implication. And again, you probably know from contracts law that anything implied is based on conduct. So things can happen that would give rise to an easement. So implied easements can arise in one of two ways. What's known as a quasi-easement is an implied easement, or an easement by necessity. And let's just show you how that might work here. So a quasi-easement is an easement in which originally there was property in which a part of it was used to benefit another part. So for example, in our Blackacre example, let's say that originally Blackacre and Whiteacre were really one property. We'll call it, Redacre. And the owner of this, who had the single property that was this size, had a dwelling or a house here on this far eastern side. And that owner used to drive over the southern portion to get to the road. And so you can't have an easement in one property or one ownership, so we wouldn't really call that an easement, but it kind of looked like an easement where one part of your property was benefited, we'll call that the eastern side, and the other part was burdened. Every easement has a benefit and a burden, also referred to as a dominant and servient estate. Dominant is where the benefit is, servient is where the burden is. And if it was used in that way for years, we wouldn't have an easement, but we would recognize that pattern. Now, let's say the owner of Redacre at some point subdivided the property, actually created two separate lots, and sold them to owner of Whiteacre, owner of Blackacre. Now, Whiteacre would say, well, I still need to use the track, the bottom portion, to access the freeway, and might continue to do so. And if the owner never really expressly granted an easement, that is the previous owner, then the owner of Whiteacre might claim an implied easement. Look, I expected to be able to get to the highway because there was a quasi-easement on the property prior to its division. And that's what it is. It's where there was previous use that looked like an easement. Because it was in single ownership, we don't call it an easement. An easement by necessity is what it sounds like. Let's say that the property was always divided in this way, and Whiteacre would otherwise be landlocked, so by necessity, the law might recognize Whiteacre's right to travel over the southern portion of Blackacre because it's needed. Just the third kind of easement that you see coming up is called an easement by prescription, and that's similar to adverse possession, where if you use something for a long enough period of time and you're open and notorious and hostile about it, the law might recognize your easement by prescription or long-term use. Those you'll recognize as having the same features as adverse possession. Do you guys know the 5 elements of adverse possession? Do you remember that? Just quickly. So adverse, I know this is a separate topic, but it fits into the prescription area. So adverse possession is a method of acquiring title to real property, not through purchase or conveyance, but by long-term use. So this is where someone camps out, they go onto property, sometimes they build a fence, sometimes they will have an encroachment, they'll build a garage that goes over a lot line, and you just continue to use the property for some period of time until the law recognizes you as owning it. So it's really title by theft. In American law, believe it or not, does recognize title by theft. And the 5 elements, the 5 things that you want to look for in an adverse possession is that the possession has to be, number 1, actual. So there has to be some physical use of the property. So actual. It has to be what's called open and notorious. It has to be apparent and be known so that the true owner can actually see that someone's on their property. It has to be hostile, meaning there has to be an assertion of ownership by the adverse possessor, so actual, open, and notorious, hostile. It has to be continuous, that is, it has to continue for the statute of limitations. And that's how you know if you have an adverse possession question, they'll give you the statute of limitations. And then finally, it has to be exclusive. The adverse possessor has to be there on their own, enjoying the property. A prescriptive easement, that is the right to acquire an easement by long-term use, is similar. The only element that you really don't need is the exclusivity. So if our friend here who owned Whiteacre were to go back and forth over Blackacre for, let's say, 5 years, and that was the statute, and the person Blackacre saw the guy, waved to him every day, didn't do anything about it, then after the 5-year period, Whiteacre would acquire an easement over Blackacre by prescription under the same kind of actual open and notorious, hostile, and continuous use. Yeah.
So let's say the person on Whiteacre starts using the path, and then 2 years later, the owner of Blackacre sells Blackacre, so now there's a new owner. Does the time period start over, or is it still 2 years and then continues?
That's a great question. So the answer is that a buyer property takes subject to whatever acquisition of rights have occurred prior to the purchase. So that the Whiteacre person would just, let's say a 5-year statute, would only have 3 years more to continue to use the property. So a transfer generally does not start the clock running again. Thinking about it in terms of earning. So adverse possession can be thought of either as earning or sleeping. The person who's out there, doing the illegal thing, because initially it's trespass, is earning the right to gain the title over 5 years. The person who's not doing anything to get them off is sleeping on their rights. So once the adverse possessor has earned those rights, then they don't start the clock again when there's been a transfer by the sleeper, if you will. And so you would count it from the time that the earning or the actual entry occurred. Yeah.
Off of Stephanie's, if the person in Whiteacre sold it, then with the new person, is that where you could tack?
So tacking is where you can add up the bad conduct, the possession by the Whiteacre person to meet the statute of limitations. And tacking is permitted when there's been a voluntary transfer of ownership from one person to another. So if Whiteacre person was doing the traversing for 4 years, then sells to person B, then in most states, in the main, the law would recognize and give those earned years to the new purchaser so that they would only have to do it for another year. So tacking or adding the bad conduct, the earning of these rights, is permitted so long as there has been a voluntary transfer of possession. If, there's examples where the new person comes in and ousts the prior owner, kicks them off the property. That is not voluntary, or what's known as privity between the owner and the new possessor of the property. So yes, tacking is permitted. Yeah.
I had a question about tolling with
Yes.
adverse possession. So I think in the description where the tolling only occurs if like the disability or the absence happens while adverse possession, like before adverse possession starts, or is it while it's already going?
Okay. So let's talk about that. When does the clock run and when does the clock not run? Again, what the bar test is this very good, this concept known as disabilities. And as you say, a disability usually takes on one of 3 different scenarios. The owner of the property is a minor, so usually under the age of 18. The owner of the property is in prison. And actually today, I don't know if the bar would keep up on this, but is deployed. Deployment is actually another disability, but traditionally it's been imprisonment. And then finally, the owner of the property is under some actual disability, usually often a mental health disability, where they're not able to act on their rights. So insanity, imprisonment, and minority are the 3 kind of classic examples. And what to look out for in this, as a trick, if you will, is the disability, any of those 3 things, has to exist at the time the entry occurs. So when you're looking at that first element, the actual entry, you want to look when the adverse possessor actually goes onto the land, was the true owner disabled in the legal sense as it's limited here? And if so, then the statute will tell you that the clock won't start ticking against the true owner for some period of time. Usually it's when the disability is removed plus 10 years or whatever it might be. The key is if a disability arises during the time that someone is there. So Whiteacre guy walks across Blackacre guy who's 21 and sane and not in prison for our answer. Then Blackacre guy sells it to someone who's insane. All right. Does that affect Whiteacre guy's rights to acquire title in 10 years? No. When the disability arises in the midst of the possession, it doesn't affect the statute, only if it existed at the beginning when the actual entry occurred. Any other questions on that? Yeah?
This is a follow-up to that.
Please.
So if, like, owner of Blackacre is sane and everything, and owner of Whiteacre starts the adverse possession, and then for some reason owner of Blackacre gets arrested 3 years into the possessory entry, is that toll or is that
No. So, no, it does not. The law will only give relief if at the time the entry occurred, the disability existed. So it's a balancing. The law is often balancing those rights. And the whole idea behind disability statutes is it's unfair to penalize someone who can't act on their rights. Minors can't act on their rights. People who are in prison are not physically able to visit the property, and for whatever reason they've chosen insanity. Most statutes talk about insanity. So the only protection is at the beginning. If these things arise during the course of the accrual of the time, doesn't affect the title transfer at all. Again, that's the key. Look at the beginning. Yeah.
How far does the easement by necessity go? Like, what do you need? What if there's a road, it might add 30 minutes off your commute, like you need to go to the, or a lake, do you need to go to the lake?
So the common law on easement by necessity is very conservative, and they have a standard known as strict necessity. So many of the older cases that look at easement by necessity say that this idea of 30 minutes versus an hour, or traversing over other land in order to access public way, figure into the strict necessity. And for the bar, you just have to kind of use your best judgment as to whether the necessity is so-called strict. So it has to be something that you look in the problem, is there any other way that the landowner can access whatever the benefit they need to access? And if there is, then it would generally not be considered strict necessity under the common law rule. More modern laws, which the MBE tends not to test, are much more forgiving, but we need to focus on our task here, which is to look at the common law, and strict necessity is the way that the common law looks at that. Okay. All right. In our last 7 minutes, let's quickly move to joint tenancy or joint ownership. Okay. So whereas estates and land is about temporal ownership over time in the present and in the future, concurrent estates are about ownership by more than one person at the same time. And there again, it's a catalog, the types of estates that you're going to be looking at. So the types of concurrent estates that are generally tested are what's known as joint tenancy, tenancy by the entirety, and tenancy in common. How do you know whether something is any of these? Well, the typical conveyance is going to be O conveys to A and B. And you just need to know, well, what are the rights and limitations that A and B have with regard to each other in a concurrent estate? How do you know what type of estate is formed? Well, the joint tenancy is formed, and you would look for what are known as the 4 unities. These 4 things will show up in a joint tenancy, and you'll know that it exists. So A and B, or it can be A and B and C and D, it doesn't matter. There can be unlimited individuals in any concurrent estate, will be united in the following way. So the 4 unities, there'll be unity of time, I'll go over these: title, interest, and possession. So in a joint tenancy, A and B acquire the title at the same time. They get it at exactly the same time. They get it through the same title, meaning that a single deed would give it to A and B, or a will would convey it to A and B. So that's what it means to have unity of title. Unity of interest, usually they have the exact same percentage or proportional ownership in the property. Again, modernly that's not required, but under common law, A and B would have 1/2. If it were A, B, and C, they'd have 1/3, and so on. So they have the same interest in possession. Unity of possession means that any concurrent tenant, any joint tenant, can have possession of the entire property at the same time. And both A and B have the right to possess the whole at the same time. That can lead to problems of management of the use, in which the remedy of partition might be available to A and B if they are disagreeing over the use. The main benefit of the joint tenancy is what's known as the right of survivorship, ROS, the right of survivorship, where if one joint tenant dies, the other joint tenant will enjoy the property absent or minus the interest of the decedent joint tenant. So it's really a probate mechanism. It allows people to pass property without having to go through a will, because the idea behind right of survivorship is once a joint tenant dies, it's as if their interest in the property dies with them, is extinguished, and everyone else who survives gets to enjoy the property interest. The tenancy by the entirety is a marital estate. It's enjoyed only by people who are married. And again, today that's opposite sex, same sex. It's lawful for joint tenancy and tenancy by the entirety to be enjoyed by same-sex couples. I don't think the bar is going to test you on that. The only thing to add with TBE is that you need a unity of marriage. It has all the other unities, but it's a unity of marriage. Some of the questions will say, A and B took title to property and then they got married. And they're trying to trick you into thinking that it's a tenancy by the entirety. It's not. You have to have marital status at the time the property is acquired. And just like with the nice question that you asked about, well, what happens if the disability comes up later on? Likewise, the marriage comes up later on. Initially, the property is going to be titled according to the status of the owners at the time it's acquired. Maybe they can transfer the property into TBE, but it won't automatically transfer. Tenancy in common has none of the unities except for unity of possession. So two people can acquire property and own it together, but they don't necessarily have to acquire it at the same time or through the same interest. The problems that you're going to see on the bar in this regard are going to usually have different transfers and life events that happen to the concurrent owners. So for example, you might have a situation where one owner decides to make a transfer to, let's say, A and B. So tries to make a transfer of part of the property to A and B. And let's say that they make it in tenancy in common. So A and B have unity of possession, but they have the ability to deal with their property individually. Then that same owner would, let's say, transfer another part of the property to C and D as joint tenants. So now the same property is owned by different individuals with different titles. And what we'll need to do, and there is a problem that you'll see, we just have to be really careful in tracking what are the rights of the one group. Let's say our tenants in common, they can sell the property. If one dies, then that property is part of their estate and it would go to their heirs or their deceased, and we regard it in that way. And we similarly look at the thread in which you have a joint tenancy or perhaps a tenancy by the entirety on another part of the property. And again, it's just a matter of segregating them and having it work out. So let's say our C and D have a joint tenancy and D dies. Well, if D dies in a joint tenancy, then the right of survivorship gives C the entire property without having to deal with any of these heirs or devasees. So the property would be owned by C individually, and whereas A and B, if A or B died, part of that property would be owned by A or B's heirs or devasees. And again, we'll look at the problem because it does track through. all you need to do is just graph or chart out the nature of the ownership, and then you can flow through with these life cycle events, usually sale or death, that carry the property along. Okay. I feel like it's that drinking out of a fire hose situation. There's so much to know. But what we'll do now, is I think it's our appointed time, we'll take a small break, and then I think Professor Polito's here, and we'll take our 40 minutes to look at these questions, and then, of course, importantly, we'll go over the answers thereafter. Okay, thanks, everyone. I'll stay during the break to answer any questions that you might have. TBE limits the ability of the spouses to make a unilateral move of property. So if you see in TBE one of the spouses tries to sell their interest, that's not a transfer that is recognized under law. They can't make that kind of a transfer because the unity of marriage limits the ability to sell property unilaterally. Right, so there's that, I don't know if you guys read this Toledo versus that Hawaii case where there's a car accident anyway. Oh, yeah, it's a very well-known case, it really, so, there's a wife, husband gets into an accident, he's completely liable, and the tort victim sued him. And the question is, can they get an interest in the TBE property? So it's a unilateral death that he was hurt, and the court says no, that there's no ability for the spouse to pay or be subject to liability on their portion of the estate. What? No. So they unity of marriage.
No, it does. I hate this girl.
Yes.
Yeah,
no. So one spouse can get another.
The next time you take it, the rule is you have to pass all of it, so you can't just take one next time.
True. Oh, I feel bad for them down there. So much. Yeah. What?
Or do you have to specifically say it? That's a problem.
Yes.
It looks like it's like one or the other.
Correct. So you're right. The preliminary question is what title is granted? And so if you had, for example, to A and B jointly, okay, it doesn't say to and with the right of survivorship. So is that a joint tenancy or it's probably a tenancy in common. To create a joint tenancy, you need a little bit more indication that A and B joint with the right of survivorship.
I remember hearing about
Yeah. So,
or anything else that like implies.
that's where this is.
That's why it's like tricky.
It is,
like,
because
like,
there's cases that test this out. There's a lot of, there's construction cases where the will says to A and B jointly as tenants, or some, nonsense. And so the question is, are they joint tenants, or are they tenants? So, the common law preference is to regard everything as a tenancy in common, unless specific language is used for a joint tenancy. So I think that maybe, and I hate to, maybe in the bar, if you don't see right of survivorship, then it might be considered a tenancy.
Right, that's what I was too. But
I know, but like I said, just nuance there. Yeah, definitely.
also, what is it?
Quasi easement is when a single tract is used, so it looks like an easement because one part is the dominant and one part is the servant. It was like you had a large lot and you were traveling over. And then the property gets subdivided. And so that's when your key is quasi easement is way. Then it was divided. And now the person who needs, they're on the dominant, you need a bit to travel over, didn't get an express easement. They can claim, hey, I saw the way it's located. It was sort of like an easement, Now that it's quiet here,
Because the police kept getting called to my neighbor's house,
Oh.
and because I guess they're like,
Well, that's
their alarms
great.
are getting triggered because they're out of town. And then I heard footsteps in my backyard, so I was like afraid to help.
don't worry about it.
And I was alone.
It is. So why we use the way I teach it is.
And then because you weren't here, I was like, where is she?
I will put that, kind of, they're not testing you on that. I'm not saying
And then I
that.
got here and sat down and I hear that you were here.
My husband had to help me go to this one, so he's like, can I just drop you off? I'm awake anyway.
Well, if the bar's telling you that, I don't teach it.
Not either, like, I'll get up for work and say, did you sleep yesterday? I'm like 2 or so hours.
Well, I waste my entire night trying to
Well, okay, so if there's ambiguity as to the decisions that make true, there is a preference for private and automatic rights. But you were saying that
Required to have your right of entry to convey it.
My mother-in-law speaks to that's
correct. To A, provided however it's used for school
like,
purposes.
I'm probably gonna spend my time in somebody else's.
O has the right of entry. I've never seen it driving me down to the right. And
So
so,
rather than she goes out to work,
she opens the restaurant, O has the right to terminate.
in Lexington or in Louisville, right?
so she's driving up from Carolina. She's staying with me the week before the bar is supposed to clean my house. And then she's taking me, she's paying for all my nails, she's paying for the rest. I'm not really.
So anytime you see a feasible thing of any kind followed by a third party transfer,
You don't understand what he's going to do. Like,
I mean,
I actually invited him, and I was like, you know what? No.
it was actually okay when Brad was with me the first time. It was actually okay. Honestly, okay, I wasn't even nervous the first
it
time.
has to be the rule measure.
I was really collected, like the morning. I was like, okay, let's get some breakfast. Like, I'm not nervous. I'm
They
just
say,
like,
he had 2 children, you had no children at the time.
that's the point. Like, I don't know that I care because I'm
I'm taking them to it's like right now, I'm trying to read the transaction. And so I'll just sit there and really.
if I get a fucking screwed, I'm just gonna leave. I'm just gonna fucking leave.
But I just sit there and I'm like, I like choose history because I'm like, I don't fucking care.
Well,
I don't
you should
fucking
come up here
I
and
don't care if you have a goddamn security clearance. Why do I care? And like, I get so angry at it. It's like, why do I get so angry?
because it's not like I just so stop it. Like I
When will it no, they didn't know whether you're
I'm like trying to guess what you're writing.
not bad, but it's not working.
Aaron walked around. I didn't write any motion. I filed it. You notarized. I filed it. I didn't write it.
No.
Because what it was is both of them were like,
We haven't thought about this at all.
they're like, so, and then Aaron had an emergency space. I can't stand. I want to like stand on one foot, but apparently I can't do that. So then Aaron had like on the 16th, this person was building their house. They're in Pittsburgh. So they were in Pittsburgh Thursday, Friday.
No, you know what I'm gonna talk about.
And then the only available time he had next week was Monday. And so, and I'm not there. So he's like, where are you? And she didn't bring, I didn't have any of her documents. And so she's like, yeah, my house is getting sold. I was like, bring me your stuff. And then she's like, not like, she's like, is there something with her? Or she just so to the point of like, so stressed beyond stress that she can't talk to me? Because I'm like, I need this and then to come at this time. She's 30 minutes late. And I had to keep calling her. She didn't do her credit count. She said she did. There's no way she did it. Because when she walked on the phone, she's like, I'm on the phone with them. We're linking my certificate. I'm like, she has hours back. Yeah, it was. So then there was all of that, and then Mary was being ridiculous. And I was like on the phone, and then Aaron walked around the corner, and like I transferred the call, or she was asking me about it.
That's what I thought.
Back, and I'm 25.
Just side of it.
Alright guys, I'm gonna start passing out the questions. I don't think they're all quite here yet, but we've got 40 minutes to get through all of them, so. Alright, everyone got a copy of the questions? Good? Alright, you guys have 40 minutes. 5 minutes left.
car should be on our way back up. I'll hand out answer keys so you guys can start looking into those. And Dingdar will be up to go over answers and answer questions you guys might have. They don't have any questions right now. Distributing answers.
I know.
I just said when you want. Thank you. You're good.
Oh, it's right down here. The answer. It's hard to follow that. Read around.
Like, how's it? Hi guys, how'd you find it? As much fun as any other topic. All right, why don't we go ahead and we'll review. So everybody has the answers now in this very accessible methodology. Yeah. Let's go ahead. All right. Landowner conveyed tract of land to my son for life and to my daughter's children. At the time of conveyance, the son and the daughter were alive. The daughter did not have any children. So here we have our unascertainability problem with the children. So it says, if the son's dead, the daughter is still childless, who is entitled to possession? So the idea is here, and so the answer is A, the landowner. And here's what happens. So again, if that premise is that somebody always has to be owning the land, the son dies and then the remainder is contingent. It's a contingent remainder that is in the daughter's children. They're not ascertained. But what happens is the law is going to honor the idea that the landowner wanted the daughter's children, if they ever are born, at some point to be able to enjoy the property. So what happens is the property will go back to or revert back to the landowner, who will hold on to the property until the daughter has died. She's a life and being. We'll wait to see if she has children, and the interest would vest in her children, if at all, at the time that she died. That's why it's not void under the rule. And it goes back to the landowner, who will hold it until the daughter dies, and then it will spring up into the daughter's children if she has them at the time of her death. So when you read through it, you'll see that it explains that whole mechanism. And when you have a contingent interest, and again, it's contingent for two reasons. There's some condition precedent or it's unascertained. The law allows another person to hold the property to wait to see if either of those things happen within the rule against perpetuities. And here we would just have to wait until the daughter, who's a life and being, dies to see if she has children. And if she does, then the children's interest would spring up. It would become an executory interest from the landowner. And if not, then the landowner would just own the property and be simple, absolute. So that's why the landowner has possession of the land after the life estate is over. The reason the daughter is not the right answer is because, look, she doesn't ever get any interest in the conveyance. The conveyance never gives the daughter any interest. It goes to the son and then into her unborn children. So she's never named as a transferee, so you can't magically give her an interest if she's never named as a transferee. So she's out. The son's heirs, They're out because the son has a life estate. A life estate is not an inheritable interest. It ends when the life tenant dies. So it's never an interest that can be conveyed by will or intestacy. So you can eliminate that answer. Okay, and then answer D, the daughter in trust, again, no, she is never named as the taker. So even if you didn't see this mechanism for the property to go back to the landowner to spring up in the daughter's children and her dad, which I could see, you could get to that answer just by eliminating the other three for the reasons that we said. The daughter's never a taker. The law will not magically give her the property, so she's out. The son's heirs are out because it's a life estate. They'll never take any interest. And then again, D is just the same. The daughter in trust. The law in a conveyancing mechanism will never set up an interest that isn't described in the conveyance. There's no trust here. You never see the words to daughter in trust. And so for that reason, you're not going to see any of those other three as takers. So this problem you could arrive at by really knowing the intricacies of bringing executory interest. Some of us don't. But you could also get to that answer by just eliminating the other answers. All right, questions about this? Okay, so 2, all right, so again, another conveyancing question. Landowner will left the ranch to rancher, heirs and assigns, so that's just a fee simple. When you see heirs and assigns, that doesn't actually give the interest to heirs or assigns, it's just describing a fee simple. So long as the property is used for ranch purposes, okay, we're seeing that defeasible language in there, so long as, then to the landowner's grandson. As we described in our first hour, that creates a fee simple subject to executory limitation with an interest, an executory interest in the grandson. Okay, so the remainder of landowner's property passed through the residuary clause of his will to the grandson. That just means any property that wasn't specifically conveyed in his will, all the leftover property will go to this residuary taker here, the grandson. Okay, 7 years after the death, the rancher began strip mining, so he breached the condition. The grandson brought an action to quiet title to the ranch against the rancher. The rancher counterclaimed on the same theory. Okay, who should prevail? The answer here is C. The grandson says pursuant to the residuary clause. Okay, so let's work this through. So the answer here sort of implicitly has you looking at the rule against perpetuities, which it doesn't specifically say, but it happens. And here's what happens. So let me talk about why C is right, and then I'll talk about why the others are not right. Look at this conveyance. Basically to rancher so long as blah, 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 then to another person, in this case, grandson. Okay, we talked about the interests that are subject to the rule. An executory interest, that future interest in a transferee that follows a defeasible estate, that's subject to the rule. It turns out that this executory interest violates the rule. Why? Well, because the property in the rancher could be used for ranch purposes for generations. And the rancher could die and his heirs could take it in ranch. And then their heirs could die in ranch and so on and so on. And it could be many years down the road, hundreds of years, before the property is strip mined, as it was here. What might happen. And at that point then, it would transfer over to the grandson or his heirs and so on, more than 21 years after all lives and beings at the time the interest is created. So again, just a small hint. On these MBE questions, when you see a defeasible estate followed by a third-party interest, which is going to be your executory interest, just my experience, but not every time, that third-party interest violates the rule for just the reason that I said, that this present interest, that defeasible estate, can go on and on and on for many years before the condition happens and it's violated, at which point it shifts over to that third-party interest, the executory interest. In most of the problems, just structurally, it turns out that interest is void for the reasons that we said. And what happens when an interest violates the rule? You just take out your red pen and you cross it out. It's as if it didn't exist. So if we were to do that here, you reread the conveyance to the rancher so long as the property is used, well then you know there's going to be some future interest in someone. Normally we would read that as a fee simple determinable, and the possibility of reverter would be in the grantor. But in a will situation where the grantor has died, usually what happens is the law regards whatever retained interest would have gone to the testator, in this case our landowner, is going to pass to the testator's residuary clause. Now, I have to just wear my wills and trust hat and tell you that that's not actually accurate in the law of wills. I'll say that as an aside. But I know that the bar regards that mechanism as happening, so I'm going to honor that. I feel like just for technical and accuracy purposes, I have to tell you that's not exactly how it works, but it does work that way in the bar, meaning that when you have this residuary clause, the testator gives everything out to a third party, in this case the grandson, any retained interest that's either expressly retained by the testator or impliedly arises based on the conveyance, such as here, we have a divisible estate and you impliedly create this possibility of reverter, it's going to go to the residuary owner. So in this case, it's going to go to the grandson. So that's why the answer here is C. The clause happens, the strip mining happens, that automatically terminates the estate, and the grandson, because in the residuary clause, the grandson gets this possibility of reverter, which is the grabbing interest. It's the interest that revokes and forfeits the property. That's why the property goes to the grandson through the residuary. Okay. Questions about that? Yeah.
Sorry, I'm confused. So if the condition fails because of the rule against perpetuities and it's a will, then it goes to residuary. If there was no will, then it just fails and it goes to where? Like, would then it be the rancher?
So if this was, so do you mean if it was a conveyance and not a testamentary transfer? Yes. So if it was landowner conveyed ranch to rancher, and for the same thing, then in that case, let's say landowner conveys property to rancher for this, this, and this, and then to grandson. Okay, the same analysis would apply initially. Grandson interest is void under the rule. It's strike. We strike it. Then it just looks like your plain old-fashioned fee simple determinable, where the landowner would retain the possibility of reverter. Now, let's say after the conveyance, landowner dies intestate, has no will, dies intestate. Landowner owns, as part of his estate, possibility of reverter. That would pass by intestate succession to landowner's heirs. So that would be the answer if that sequence of events happened. The landowner died after the transfer, but before the defeat of the property. That's an interest in the landowner's estate. It passes to the heirs. Here, the structure is it's a testamentary transfer. The testator landowner dies, and the bar regards the interest as an interest that passes through the residuary. Questions? All right, let's look at why some of the other answers might not be right. Okay, it says the rancher, the condition imposed on its interest under the will is void as violating the rule. No, there's nothing wrong with the interest in so long as. Present estates, which is what this is, are not subject to the rule. The rule only operates on future interests. So the rancher's interest here, so long as the property is not used, is a present interest. It's not subject to the rule. And in fact, law reform, which, as I mentioned, are not really the consideration of the bar, but just so you know, law reform looks at the rule as being very unfair because it does permit these defeasible estates to continue in perpetuity. And it's only when there is a future interest that's at stake that the rule operates to void it. So I think that this is kind of a trick in that it's getting you to think about this present interest, the defeasible estate, as being subject to the rule. It is not. So that answer is wrong. Okay, B, the rancher, because the condition imposed is a restraint against alienation. It is true that certain conditions placed on land and conveyance are void as violations of what's called the restraint against alienation. And those are only where the person is limited in their ability to further transfer the property. So restrictions that say that the property cannot be sold, or sometimes that the property has to be sold but only to a very limited audience, only to a very limited group of buyers. If you see something that, you sense, well, gee, this person owns the property, they can't really do much with it, they have to just continue to own it, that could be a restraint against alienation. Here, if you give it to someone and they have to use it for ranch purposes, that's broad enough that there's enough buyers in the market of ranchers that you're not really creating a restraint on alienation. Defeasible estates run with the land, that the rancher could never turn around and just sell a fee simple and say, okay, now you can use it to build a restaurant. No. A defeasible estate, it makes its way into the estate, it runs with the estate as it transfers from person to person. So yeah, the rancher's limited. The rancher has to continue to sell it to other ranchers. But that's not enough to rise to the level of a restraint on alienability. So that's wrong in that case. Okay, then the grandson, because the condition imposed is valid, and he takes according to the subsequent provision. No, he's not taking under that executory interest. It's known as the shifting executory interest for the reason we said. That's where you would have to recognize that the interest is void under the rule. So it's not shifting over to him because that interest is void. Rather, he's taking it as the residuary taker under the landowner's will. How many of you got that right? Yeah. How many of you picked D? Yeah, I know. Ooh. I mean, I suppose, looking at this, since it doesn't say, and some of the questions, as you know, say, assume that the common law rule applies, you're not really thinking wrap. But anytime you see a conveyance that has a third-party transferee interest, you should be thinking about wrap. And that your clue into it was that answer A mentions wrap. So maybe you need to evaluate the conveyance in that way. And that's maybe your insight into this type of a question. Okay. Divorcee meet a widower. They fell in love, decide to live together, bought a house, a parcel, taking title as divorcee and widow as joint tenants with the right of survivorship. So this is a joint tenancy. Got all the language, all the bells and whistles. They call themselves joint tenants, and importantly, they spell out their right of survivorship. And then the deed was properly recorded. All right, so stuff happens. Widower had a dispute, divorcee moves out and delivers a warranty deed to daughter. So she conveys her interest to daughter. The deed is not recorded. It just as an aside, as you know, recording does not affect the transfer of property. Deed can be given even if it's not recorded, and it will not affect the fact that title has transferred from one person to another. Recording is thrown in there to trip you up so that maybe you're thinking, well, if it's not recorded, it's not a transfer. No. All that's required for a transfer in real property is the delivery of a deed with intent to transfer title. Recording impacts when there's multiple transfers and who has priority, but not the fundamental transfer itself. Okay. Thereafter, divorcee and widower reconcile. Divorcee returns to the land. The daughter, at the divorcee's request, returned the deed that the divorcee had given her. So she gives back the deed. Soon thereafter, divorcee returned to the land. Widower died intestate, survived by son. Who is the son who's widower's sole heir? Who owns the land? Okay. In this case, answer is C. The divorcee and daughter as tenants in common. So let's look at this one. Oh, it has. Wait, I want to look at my answer. What do you guys have as the right answer? D. Oh, I think I might have. Okay. All right, let's look through this. So, yeah, interesting. All right, let's think through this. So they own the property as tenants as joint tenants, and then one of the joint tenants conveys the property to daughter, so that severs the joint tenancy. So the daughter, at that point, when she gives the conveyance over, the daughter and the widower own the property as tenants in common, and the daughter, when she returns the deed, that has no bearing whatsoever on the transfer. Giving back a deed that was used to convey property does not reconvey the property. If the daughter wanted to convey the deed back to the mother, she would have to create a fresh deed, a new deed in which it was given the property back. So that has no impact on the transfer. So still the daughter and the widower own it. Okay, so let's move along. Widower dies, son. Okay, so the answer should be son. It should be D. I don't know where I got. I apologize. Somehow it was directed to a different answer. That's correct. All right. And the reason is that, okay, joint tenancy is severed. So one of the joint tenants conveys the deed to someone, that severs the joint tenancy, that creates a tenancy in common between the transferee, in that case daughter, and the original joint tenant, that is widower. So again, the daughter's attempt to just give back the deed, no force in effect. Someone gives over a deed and with the intent to transfer title, that transfers title. When you just give back the deed, that doesn't do anything. You have to create a new deed. So when one of the prior joint tenants dies, in this case, the widower is now a tenant in common. His estate, that is the son, will take the property. So the answer is, and I apologize, is D. Okay. The next one is about an easement, and there's an express easement, and I think what happens is that it's not used, even though it's expressed, for a number of years, and then it gets used a few years later. So the question is, basically, can the owner of the dominant estate use the subservient estate in a way that's described under the terms of the easement? Okay, now my answer, the one that they're giving me, I hope is right, is A. Is that what you guys have? Okay. And so the answer is yes, because flooding is within the terms of the easement. So I think that what it's getting you to see without reading through the whole problem is that easements are perpetual, that once an easement is given, again, it runs with the land. And unless there's some termination of the easement, or the easement becomes subject to prescriptive rights, then the terms of the easement will continue. And even if it's not used, it doesn't mean that the easement expires. I mean, there are companion doctrines that don't really arise here of abandonment of an easement, but abandonment isn't just non-use. Abandonment is non-use plus an intent to relinquish the interest in property. So just because someone doesn't use an easement for a long period, it doesn't expire by relinquishment or abandonment, and that's what this problem is testing you out on. And so here, yes, the opportunity under the easement is within the terms of the easement, so that's what makes this one the correct answer. Okay. Next one, let's see, we have a property that's owned by the city that's used for a parking lot, and this adjacent property is not used. How I can show candidates. So the adjoining landowner, whenever you see that, usually there's some kind of an adverse possession situation, or attempt to get an easement up implicitly. The adjoining owner on both sides of the field fenced the parcel and cultivated it. Cultivation is actual entry onto the property. Cultivation is a classic way in which actual entry occurs. For the period of time in excess of the period required of adverse possession. Statute for the jurisdiction said the property interest can be lost by a municipality through adverse possession. Often government land cannot be adversely possessed, but here it's telling you it's a breach in that rule that government land can be the subject of adverse possession. Okay, and appropriate action brought by the owner to establish title, which of the following must he establish if he is to prevail? So my answer I have is A, correct, okay. The adjoining owner's use of the parcel was proof of his assertion of dominion over the parcel. So that's the cultivation part, that he actually used the property, and that the use of the property is tied to that third element of adverse or hostile use, an assertion of ownership through the actual use of the property. So here there's basically they're aggregating the element of actual with hostile use. All right, just quickly look at why the rest are wrong. B says fee interest in real property can be abandoned by a municipality without an official vote. So what? We don't know anything about municipal law. That doesn't come into play here. Lack of use of the parcel by the municipality created an irrevocable license in the adjoining owner. Again, lack of use itself is not an abandonment of the easement, and that's the main point here. The adjoining owner believed that he owned the parcel. Well, that's partly important, but that only goes to the adversity element, and you need to have the actual element, which you get through the cultivation. Okay, 6. Be simple, needed land, pay the income to my friend for life, then to my friend's children for life, then to pay the principal for the neighbor if he is surviving, if not surviving, to the heir. So again, this is just a wrap question, and it says, does the conveyance violate the rule? And the answer is B, no. And again, it's just a matter of going through it. Now, gosh, they still test the rule in Shelley's case. Oh my goodness. But in that case, we're not going to worry about that one. But just to quickly show you why it's valid. Okay, the friend has a life estate. The friend's children have a remainder interest in a life estate, and then the principal to the neighbor is a contingent remainder because it has that survivorship requirement. And then if he's not surviving, to the heirs of my neighbor, that's an alternative contingent remainder. All you need to know is to think about, well, when are any of these interests going to vest? When, if ever, are they going to vest? So the friend's children, the children typically vest when their parent dies. So in this case, when the friend dies, the children will take the property, so their interest is valid because it'll vest within some life and being. And then the neighbor, if he is surviving, okay, the neighbor either will or will not survive, but they have to survive the friend's children for their lives. And if the neighbor doesn't survive, sorry, then this is probably not helping you at all. Then it goes to the heirs. When do we know when heirs are ascertainable? Heirs become ascertainable at the death of the decedent, in this case of the neighbor. So B says, does the conveyance violate the rule? No, because the interest in the friend's children and one of the alternative disposition has to vest it all within 21 years. And that's why the answer is correct, for the reasons sort of you go through. Right? How many of you got that right? Okay, good, good. What tripped up the rest of you? Well, that's a long answer to that one. But again, you know, in order, you just go through the interest, the contingent remainder interest, and see what could possibly happen that would allow the interest to not vest. And in this case, because every event that makes them contingent, heirship, okay, heirs are unknown until the decedent dies. Well, we'll know the heirs when a living person, the neighbor, dies. So that is going to vest the interest. And then the neighbor, if he survives, will know if he survives. He is his own validating life. He will survive or not survive at the death of the last of the friend's children. That's what makes that a valid interest as well. What's the contingent interest? Why is it contingent? And when will we eliminate that contingency? Either the ascertainability or the condition precedent. And that's how you know whether something is valid. Okay. We're gonna move on. For 7, I have the answer as C. Do you guys have C if your answer is 7? Okay. So this is about conditional delivery of a deed. All right, so here, again, you have someone executes a deed, and the uncle hands the deed to the nephew, and he says, I want you to have my vacation home so that when you marry, you can enjoy it. All right, and the nephew takes the deed. So at that point, that looks like the deed is handed over. There's an intent to convey the interest of property. And so at that point, we would say that the nephew owns the property. Conditional delivery of a deed usually results in the conditions being ignored and the delivery being considered final. So handing over the deed is the key. I am giving you my property now. I really want you to have it, as it says, when you marry, but the law will disregard those conditions for the sake of certainty. Once you turn over the deed, the law says that the delivery has been completed, and any conditions that you associate with the delivery of that property in the majority of jurisdictions is disregarded because it creates too much uncertainty about ownership. So that's why here the nephew owns the property. And then stuff happens, that he gets into trouble, and he hands the deed back to the uncle, and I don't really want it. Okay, that's another one of these. No, handing a deed back, giving the same deed back, has no legal force and effect. In order to transfer title to property, you have to have a unique deed from the owner to a transferee. Just giving a deed back to someone does not have any legal force or effect with respect to the transfer of property. So here, when the nephew gives it back, that's not the right way to convey property. That has no legal force and effect. It says the uncle accepted the deed. Great, he just has a worthless piece of paper now. It doesn't mean anything for the uncle. Okay. Uncle gets an offer to purchase, and the uncle sells the property, gave the third person a quitclaim deed purporting to claim title. The third party did not record. Again, irrelevant for our purposes. Recording is only a way of meting out superiority of title when there has been a common grantor, O to A, O to B. And then A and B have to duke it out, and that's when the recording acts come into play, not for the effectiveness of the transfer. The following week, creditor files a claim against nephew's property, and then they give you this recording act here. All right, and then the creditor learns about the vacation home and tries to claim title. Which party is the rightful owner? So here, the answer C, the third party, because the quitclaim deed effectively conveyed title. So here, again, nephew gave back the property to uncle, no force and effect. Then nephew, who owns the property, does give a quitclaim deed to the third party. That's an effective transfer of the property. That's where the effect takes place. And that's why the third party here, if you follow the transfers, is the one who owns the property. Let's look at why the others are wrong. The uncle, because he accepted back the deed, reconveying title, no. The deed did not reconvey title. You need a fresh deed if you're going to reconvey title. So that answer is wrong. The uncle, because he recorded, no. Any one of us can draft a forged deed, march down to the county recorder's office, and ask the clerk to accept it and record it. That does not make us an owner of property. Recording is not a way of transferring title to property. So recording is unrelated to ownership. It's only the transfer of the deed that has the effect of creating ownership. And the creditor, because he's protected, no. In that case, the creditor never had any transfer of the property to the creditor. So that's why that one is wrong. Okay, 8. We have this transfer of property, and again, an easement situation. And my answer here is D. Does everybody have that? Okay, and the easement is a legal interest in a neighbor's chain of title, even though there was no tract index. So in these questions, they have various ways in which recording occurs, the so-called grantor-grantee index, where you look at each transfer by person, or a tract index in which you can identify ownership through looking at the parcel itself. But those don't give priority in any way to an owner. They're merely ways of identifying it. Again, we won't go through this one, but in this case, the way in which the recording occurs doesn't affect the ownership. An easement, again, it's a legal interest. and it will pass in the chain of title unless it is excluded. Let's see. 9, we have B as the correct answer. And what's the key to this one? All right, so easements generally inure to all of the land described in the easement. And that's why where it says here the landowner can select the location of the easement. In this case, let's see, the easement is given to reach the public highway, and if the easement includes a portion of land, then the owner of the dominant estate, the one who was benefited by the easement, has the ability to locate the easement within the express terms of the easement. And I think that's what happened in this place. You just can't exceed the scope of an easement. And so that's something to keep in mind. If you have an easement, like we had our example here where there was a parcel and that we had that easement over the southern portion of the tract, and if that was an express easement, the person in our White Acre over here couldn't suddenly decide, oh, I really like the northern route and I'm going to travel over the north to get to the highway. That would be a violation of the easement. The easement cannot be exceeded in terms of the expression in the easement itself. So as long as it's within the area of the servient estate, the estate that's burdened, that's fine. It can be anywhere within that estate, but it can't exceed the scope of the easement. Okay, we have another friend, the perpetuities question in 10 I have is the answer A. In my case, so again, a common law jurisdiction, a will gives land to the son for life, that's a life estate, then to the older son's widow for life, there you go, your unborn widow problem, and then to the surviving children of my friend in equal shares. And you know, again, what you're seeing is that the interest in the surviving children of the friend is going to violate the rule because of our so-called unborn widow problem. Okay. Then it goes through a bunch of things, and you see at the end that the son survived. But what we're going to do is we're going to eliminate that violating clause, the surviving children, and just read it as the first part, the property goes to the son for life, then to the widow for life, and then that would eliminate the interest in the surviving children and pass it along to the younger son who's named as the residuary legatee, which is why the answer is A. He gets it as the residuary legatee. Basically, we're just eliminating that violating interest under the unborn widow problem. How many of you got that one right? Yay! Is it because we talked about the unborn widow? All right. One for the wrap. Excellent. Okay. 11. Landowner will provision all my property to my widow for life after her death to our children who may survive her. And it says the gift to the children. How many of you got it right? A, contingent remainder. Hope everyone did. Okay, Y. So this isn't a perpetuities problem, but look at the language. Survivorship. Survivorship is almost always a contingent interest because it's a condition precedent. One has to survive someone, usually the prior transferee. And so under that two-part analysis, when is something contingent? Ascertainability, condition. And a survivorship is a condition, thereby the children have a contingent interest. Okay, 12 is a Recording Act problem. This actually is a Recording Act problem, where you have a series of conveyances where a person owns property and they give it out to more than one person. That's what the nature of property is such that possession isn't necessarily an indicia of ownership of real property, and so we have this recording system to prove up ownership. So here, basically you have what I would call O to A. Owner gives property to one person to A. In this case, landowner conveys to developer. And then later on, we have O to B. O executes the delivery to a buyer. So you have O to A, developer, O to B to buyer. So now the dispute is going to be between A and B, because they both will say, hey, I got a free and clear deed from O. I had no reason to know that there was a prior transfer. And so the dispute in that case is going to be between those two transferees. Now, what's key in these cases is the Recording Act at play and the order of recording. Okay, so we need to plug those facts in. Here we learn that B, essentially, the developer, records first. So in this case, B wins the race to the extent that it is a race jurisdiction. You read down, it tells you what the Recording Act is, and it turns out it's what we call a notice statute, that a landowner or a transferee who takes title to property with no notice of a prior transfer will prevail over that prior transferee. So in our case, O to A and then O to B. And the question under a notice jurisdiction is, does B know about O to A? If B doesn't know about O to A, then B wins. And in this case, there's no facts to indicate that our B, who is the so-called buyer, knew of the transfer to developer O to A. So in a notice jurisdiction, B would win. It says in a suit between developer, who is our A, and buyer, who is our B, buyer tells you B will win because, and all right, answer A, buyer recorded. In a notice jurisdiction in which we don't care about the race, that's not the right answer. B, developer A's interest terminated when it returned the deed to the landowner. Again, I think you guys know this now. Giving back a deed has no legal force in effect. C, general warranty deed has priority over quitclaim deed. It might in some ways, but it's not relevant to the Recording Act. General warranty just gives more guarantees as to the nature of the title. It has nothing to do with priority. And so by elimination, the answer is D, the buyer is a bona fide purchaser. So what bona fide means in this situation, which you might know, is that somebody takes without notice for good faith value. So that's what's involved. That's a two-part analysis for bona fide. No notice of a prior transfer, and they pay fair value. So in other words, usually gifts are not considered bona fide. But here, buyer, that's the key, bought for fair market value with no notice. That's why B, in our notice jurisdiction, is the winner. I think I see my time is probably up. Do you need me to go through all of the answers, or whatever you guys want? I'll stay. But if you feel like you've had enough, we can break. See if I have any other pearls for you. Probably not. We have some more perpetuity problems. What do you, Professor Burton, what's your advice? Is it time to wrap? Yeah? Okay. All right. Well, I will stay, guys. Again, my email here, by the way, and use it frequently, is jdar, it's 2 A's at NKU. So please feel free. Again, I can help you with wills and trusts. I can help you with property, and be in touch. Thank you guys so much for coming today. Thank you.
Better than
I knew that. I just showed you.
Oh wait, I like how to see that. Like, it doesn't say that he said money. I don't think when you say buyer. Carol. Oh, that's why I did it. Maybe I told you the wrong one anyway. What's that one? You're like Scotty. It adds like extra things so that you take it for what it is. Yeah.
like.
And that's what that hairband thing?
Dude, I'm not thinking Nicole has. I know I'm gonna go to friends right after.
Yeah, she texted me yesterday. Well, she decided she wasn't ready to take too much time out of her day, like to lose.
I get it, yeah.
So instead of just like doing smaller programs, well, you don't know she's still not a lot, but she's still getting on with it. And I get it. I'm gonna try to do as many of my multiple sessions as I can to make use of that program I bought.
That's nice.
Yeah, I like it. I'm good at those questions. I'm not good at
And
mine.
I was gonna bring my JKC, and I just assumed the one that I had there, so I'm just bringing that. And I have like these net things that I have, like from JC Shower that were gold. I was like, you can throw these around, but I'm like, I'm not gonna go get like everything right now. That's what I was thinking, because I have to ask my church. They wouldn't have any trouble with it, but just in case, like.
You would have to go and get them,
Yeah.
love them, and
Right, I don't feel like doing that.
yeah.
I wanna, but.
Alright, see you guys.
Go hang out with me, that's super nice.
So that was kind of. But yeah, we have to learn as well.
You do. Yeah, and it's when you get that far down, right? Okay, thank you. I'm going to probably take off now and go back to my office for a few minutes. But, oh, do you want me to?
No, you don't have to, we just didn't want you to feel like.
All right, guys, I'll see you back around. I'll be back on Monday. I told, this group, and we can tell everybody, if property wasn't up, we definitely would have to. But, okay, we all did it.
Yep.
We all did it.
Yep, we all survived.
Thank you so much.
So I have to make sure I'm getting at least that percentage on every quiz.
Gosh, what are you gushing about?
He asked how many we were supposed to get correct, and I told him that I missed 6 and got a 68%, so that I figured that was pretty good. And he only missed 5, so he's fine.
You're good.
He was making fun of me with my percentages, and I was like, well,
Both of those are good. Whose books are these?
They were here, but I don't know. How's it going, Stephanie? Making it? It is. So what I want you to do, you're going to have to express. You're doing everything right. So what I want you to do is take 3 blank sheets of paper, cut it up to 3 blank sheets of paper, cut them in half. And on each half, I want you to write out, I am passing the Ohio Bar exam on July 30th, 31st, and August 1st, 2016. I want the dates, I want the whole sentence in it. And I want you to put it everywhere. Refrigerator door, bathroom mirror, nightstand by the bed, front door of the house, visor in the car. Put it on your computer. So when you have these doubts, all you have to do is turn your head and you're going to see the face. Because you can't do anything about the doubts. They're going to be there. But you can turn that thinking around. And that's what you do. Because even your answers are I don't know.
yeah.
So I think you've got it. Keep doing what you're doing, obviously.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I think you've got it.
I've been doing 100 questions every day.
Yeah.
Trying to avoid it. I remember I didn't really do that many questions on the day the first time, and after taking the portion, like I could write all day.
don't do anything on Monday of work, nothing. And honestly, I would stop studying at like 4 o'clock in the afternoon on Monday.
Okay.
Because you do need to give your body and your mind time to rest. Because it is, I mean, it's exhausting just to sit there for that long.
Yeah.
You know, even if you weren't taking a